All right. Happy Tuesday. Today might be a little bit shorter than usual. I have some family stuff that I need to attend to this afternoon after this. And wife's neck is still kind of fucked up, so we'll have to play that by ear. Get this going. Up and running. All right, here we go.
Arguments. Bookbot is done. Almost. You've probably noticed that most CLI tools you're used to, ls, cd, git, etc., don't work with a single hard-coded input. Arguments. Bookbot is done. Almost. You've probably noticed that most CLI tools you're used to, ls, cd, git, etc., don't work with a single hard-coded input. Right now, Bookbot can only analyze books/frankenstein.txt. That's not very useful, is it? System arguments. The built-in sys module provides access to command line arguments. In particular, sys.argv is a list of strings representing the arguments passed to the script. The first argument is the script name. The rest are the arguments. Python3 main.py will result in a sys.argv list that looks like this, main.py. And Python3 main.py books Frankenstein text will result in a sys.argv list that looks like this, main.py books/frank. Assignment. Remove any hard-coded book paths from your code.
Okay, so remove any hard-coded book paths from your code. I totally forget the... There would have like... If I did like ls d workspace. What? Oh, weird. Oh, just that what? Okay, it just lists all the directories that are in that. I gotcha. Oh my god, why do I keep putting CD? Wait. Okay, so we're in the root directory. Bum, bum, dun, 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 dun. Remove all hard-coded book paths from your code. I think it's just in the main. Right, because we're calling main, which has a designated value already in there. The beginning of main py, import the sys module.
Lives, oh mortal lives, expire. Souls go to their dooms in flame forevermore.
Right. The beginning of the main py, import the sys module. If sys.arg doesn't have 2 entries, print a message explaining how to use the program.
Hell has its laws. Hell. Effect in the cause. Curtain falls, but hold your applause. Squirm. For now down here come the claws.
Lives, oh mortal lives, expire. Souls go to their doom.
It's just that our RGB doesn't have 2 entries.
Fools, how hard you have fought. Brave, but it's all been for naught. True souls that couldn't be bought. Doomed, detected, and caught.
So if sys.rgv
No more deals, it's over. The final act, you're doomed.
does not equal
No
2,
more grace, it's over. This house of hope.
print a message. How to use program, usage, Python 3 main.py, path to book. Exit the program with a status code 1 using sysexit1. So just sysexit1. Six exit argument. Raise system exit exception signaling an intention to exit the interpreter. The option argument arg can be an integer given the exit status defaulting to 0 or any other type of object. If it's an integer, 0 is considered successful termination. And any non-zero value is considered abnormal termination by shells and the like. Okay. Right? I think I wrote out everything that it wants me to do. And just triple check this. So if syst argv does not have 2 entries, print a message explaining. Okay, so print usage python.main path to book. Exit the program with status code of 1, so just syst exit 1. Use the second argument in syst argv as a path to the book file. The second argument insists argv as a path to the book file.
Detected
Okay.
and pause.
So the second argument is 1. So sys.argv 1. Use the second argument so path equals path to book file. Test your program with Python main and make sure that it works as expected. But this can't be books Frankenstein.txt anymore because we're system argv in the second argument, so this would be path to book file. Remove any hard-coded book paths from your text. Yeah, we just did that. And replace it with path to book file. The beginning of main.py. Import the sys module. Yeah. If sys.argv doesn't have 2 entries, so sys.argv is not equal to 2. Print a message explaining how to use the program. Usage Python main path to book. Oh, so it has to have 2 entries. Exit the program with status code of 1. Use the second argument in sys.argv as a path to book file. Test your program with Python main first and make sure it works as expected. Run a syntax check. Control Y. Oh, is that what linter is? Error invoking pyflakes? So linter, syntax check, spell check is S, run a formatter. Oh, okay. Python main.py, and then we got to input books/Frankenstein text. Syntax error. Why did that print out the error? Instead of returning the book. If sysarg doesn't have two entries. So this is not what I wrote. I wrote if sysargument is not, if sysarg v is not equal to 2. So I'm just saying, like, if this is not equal to 2, it doesn't have two entries. So an entry is like A, B. So is it length of the entire sysargv? Right, so however long it is, it has to have at least 2. Let me look at sysargv again. The list of command line arguments passed to the Python script. argv0 is the script name. Its operating system depends on whether this is a full path name or not. If the command was executed using the C command line option interpreter, argv0 is set to string -c or -c. If no script name was passed to the Python interpreter, argv uses an empty string. To loop over the standard input or list the files given to the command line, see a file input modulo. Also see sys.org.rv. Note, on Unix command line arguments are passed from bytes from OS. Python decodes them with file system encoding and gatescape error handler. When you need original bytes, you can get it by os.fsendcode.arg for argsys value. Okay. List of command line past the Python script. I think it's length of the list. I think that's what the issue was. Path to book file is not defined. Okay. Mm-hmm. Does this have to be like this order? So like if we put in main.py, for example, Python main.py result in the sys.argv list that looks like this. Python main.py this result in sys.argv list that looks like this. Yeah, so it's a list. We want it in the second position. So 1. Because the first position is 0. So the path to the book file is sys.argv 1. The interesting is that even the equals, like, so what you're telling the computer is that path to book file is equal to sys.argv in the second position. But if you do it the other way around, you're saying sys.argv in the second position is equal to path of book file, which is path of book file is not defined, so that's why it's getting a an error. So you have to say like this unknown variable equals this value. You can't say this value is equal to this unknown variable, because it doesn't exist. Okay. Actually, this is the first time I got caught on this. The order of this. Okay. Whoa. Trying to copy pasta this. I have it for my notes. Run the tests. Oop. Some errors, it looks like. Expecting exit code 0. Expecting std out to contain all of E and T. Oh, I gotta put books in. I didn't finish the assignment. Download some more Project Gutenberg and test your program with them by adding the books directly and passing them to CLI arguments and run your program at least these 2 books. Dude, Pride and Prejudice. I think my wife really likes that book. I've never read it. Alright, so Bookbot, we're gonna go into books. And we want to, let's see, let's touch Moby Dick. .txt, touch Pride, Purd, and Prejudice. Nano. What did we copy first? Moby Dick. Moby Dick. Paste. Oh. Did it work? Okay, it looks like it worked. Very good. Save. Copy pasta, Pride and Prejudice. Nano, Pride and Prejudice. Paste anyways. Exit, save. Okay, so now our books are there. Alright, so now I can do Python 3 main UI books / Pride and Prejudice text. I'm in the wrong directory. Now, Python main books Prejudice. Line 17 in main book text. With the get book text path to book file. Or no such file or directory. I typo it. What if I did like Moby Dick? Python main.py book/bookname.text. Moby Dick worked. Oop, that's not right. Analyzing book found at Book Frankenstein's text. To change that. This has to be at the book file. Path to book file. Like this. Yeah, it's the wiggly brackets. So, Moby Dick again. Oop, path to book file. Is it because of the way I typed it? So path. I wish it showed different colors. Oh, we can install a nano syntax highlighting. Why isn't this working? At the book files equal to system argv1 are in the second position. Big Nano. Nano RC. Such file as directory. Tags, highlighting. User share. User. Share. Nano. Link them to your user's Nano configuration file. We didn't have a configuration file for Nano though in the root directory. Nano.rc or .nano.rc. I see. So we gotta go like... touch dot nano rc. So we want to include slash user slash share slash nano, all those files. Oh, this should be in the... include slash user That's still not working. I hear a crying baby. All right, so now we got to go back into Workspace, GitHub, Combs, Bookbot. Workspace slash oops slash GitHub. No such file. Wait. Hello? Oh, it's GitHub. Do, do, do. Okay, well, that didn't work. Open a file in Nano, check the syntax highlighting and other settings and are applied alternate use a symbolic link. Alright, well. Why isn't this path to book file working? Oh, it's not an F string. So it was Python 3 main.py book/Moby Dick text. Okay. Analyzing book found at book/Moby Dick.text. Found X amount of words. These are the characters. Make noise. I need more heat. Oh, you know what it is? My blanket isn't on my backside, so I'm getting cold air directly in my back. Let me fix this. Thing in the summer is great though, because then it breathes really well. The problem is like in the summer it gets too warm. Slightly too warm. Does it get too warm down here? Yeah, some days it gets too warm down here in the summer, but in the winter it's fucking cold. Alright, so now let's try Pride and Prejudice. I don't know why this didn't work. Hopefully I copied the book right. It's not Pride and Prejudice text. Oh shit. Or how do I rename it? Rename. Move. Pride and Prejudice. Pride and Prejudice.txt. Will this work? Okay, and then go up a directory. I'm going to Python 3 main Python book/Pride Prejudice text. There we go. Bookbot analyzing book found at books Pride and Prejudice.text found 130,000 plus words. These are the characters. Is it funny that like, right? I don't know how it's written. Pride and Prejudice is written. I mean, it's in English, obviously, but like when they do Jeopardy or not Jeopardy, Wheel of Fortune, they give you RSTLNE, so it's RSTLNE, so AOH. D. Gain the system on Wheel of Fortune. I mean, it could just be this book wrote more, what do you call it? H's. It's the vowels. The vowels are very common too. A, I, O, U. A, I, O, U, and H. D. HDM. I mean, it's pretty much the same as like Scrabble, right? It's kind of interesting how the Scrabble fucking worked out. This is how Scrabble letters values. Alright, so all the top ones should be 1 point. E, T, A, O, I, N. H is 4 points. That's interesting. That might just be an anomaly in the book. S is 1. R is 1. D is 2 points. L is 1. U is 1. M is 3. C is 3. Y is 4. And then probably like the Q and Z. 10 points. Q, Z, X. J? J is so fucking hard to use too sometimes. Anyways, my brain on the tangent. Let's run the test. Expecting 1, exit code 1.
Can you please take a picture? Sure.
Expect 0, get 0. Stid out, yeah. The E and T values are the same. Alright. Stid out is these values again. 0, 0. Stid out. Correct. Alright, submit it.
Submit the link to your repository. Once you have your finished project, push it up to GitHub, then submit the link to your project. Your link should look something like this: hdgithub.com/github-username/repo name. I hope you've enjoyed the project. It's always good to solidify the things you learn in courses by getting your hands dirty with a real project. Git reminder. As a reminder, to commit and push your code to GitHub.
Alright. So git add the Bookbot directory. Git commit the message. Completed Bookbot. And then git push origin. Main. Paste your link to your public GitHub repo. Cool. We did it. We finished the Bookbot. All right, new course. Learn object-oriented programming. All right. Cute kid. I have a cute kid too. All right. Let's go.
What is object-oriented programming? Object-oriented programming, or OOP, is a pattern for writing clean and maintainable code. Not everyone agrees that object-oriented principles are the best way to write code, but to be a good engineer, you should at least understand them. In this course, we'll be coding the pieces of a real-time strategy game called Age of Dragons. Players control armies of people.
Thought I could make it without the fur. I gotta put the fur on. But you could just buy a heat pump split unit and install it yourself because you're so close to the window and it's really not that expensive. And shut up. I'm gonna wear animal fur.
Elves, orcs, and dragons and battle each other. It's similar to Age of Empires or StarCraft. Assignment. One of the greatest sins when trying to write clean code is using misleading names for your variables and functions.
Yeah, I do that.
Take a look at the destroy wall function. Based on its name, you might assume that it destroys a single wall. But if you look closely, you'll see that it handles multiple walls. The test suite expects a different function name. Take a look at the main test.py file to see what it's looking for, and rename the function accordingly.
One second. All right.
Additionally, try to rename the variables inside the function to be more descriptive. After passing the tests, take a look at the solution to see how we named everything.
Okay, so destroys multiple walls. The test suite expects a different function name. Take a look at the main test py file to see what it's looking for and rename the function accordingly. Destroy wall. Input is wall health. For W in wall health, if W is less than 0... oh, this is wrong. Wait, what? For W in wall health, if W is less than or equal to 0, if wall health is less than or equal to 0, return wall health dot remove W. Front case is equal to 0, 20, 30, 20, 30. Mid case, front case plus. Input 1 expected output. Prints input 1 expected output. Try result equals destroy walls. Actual results is string results does not equal string expected output return false. Exception as E, print error E, return false. Pass failed, skip, length of submit cases, minus less length of test cases for test cases and test case. Test case and test case is correct. Equals test of all test case. If correct, pass plus add 1. Passed. Correct, passed. And a fresh Coke, thank you. They're not wrapped well? Oh. What if you put one on top of the other? Then what? Then where will I be? I gotta teach my wife how to rap. An art to it. Thinks its capacity. You could stuff that sometimes. Still good though. A little break. Input, right? Ah, from main, import everything. Oh, I forgot I can run. I gotta take a leak. I'll be back. kind of cold. Okay. I don't know why I'm pulling the mic. I'm gonna still eat. Oh, spy. Spy down today too, huh? Let's not look. It shouldn't count as a skill though, peeling orange in one piece, because the sumo orange is so easy to peel. Oh, touched. Oh, I don't know why I took a sip of Coke before. At least it's Diet Coke before eating orange. The orange is usually very sweet though. Error name destroy walls is not defined. Where is it? Destroy walls?
Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard.
I can't change the W.
Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models.
It passes, but we're supposed to rename the variables better. But when I rename W, it says expecting W. I don't know why. W and wall health.
I wanna bump a beat that goes hard.
I thought it was fine as long as I name it consistently. Okay, name this input. I don't want to name it input function. For wall. Because then we know like what it is. If wall is less than equal 0, remove. Remove the wall. Oh, I like theirs better. Wall healths. For wall health and wall healths. Okay. But how many healths of walls can you have? I used to have this card. It's a skeletal wall. I don't know if it was a wall of bone. Oh, it was this one. Fresh strike counts as a wall. Wall of spears. How much was this worth? I sold a lot of magic cards. I don't play magic anymore. I used to be into it when I was younger. I played like some of the first PC games and stuff. Does this give the price? Ah, they're like less than a buck. They're a buck. I also had the Onyx. What was the jewel? It was the black. I forget what it's called. Oxjet. I had the cheaper version, I think. Wow. This is like a PSA 10. I might still have this. But it's not in like it's not in great shape. Okay.
clean code. Paradigms like object-oriented programming and functional programming are all about making code easier to work with and understand as the feeble humans we are. Code that's easy for humans to understand is called clean code. Any fool can write code that a computer can understand. Good programmers write code that humans can understand. Martin Fowler, clean code does not make your programs run faster, make your programs function correctly, only occur in object-oriented programming. Clean code does make code easier to work with, make it easier to find and fix bugs, make the development process faster, help us retain our sanity.
Well, I don't know about that last one. My sanity is gone. Clean code makes your program faster. Makes the game you're developing more fun. It's easier to work with as a developer. Can only be written by Uncle Bob. Easier to work with as a developer. The primary goal of OOP is to write faster code, write cleaner code, store less data, objectify people, especially about their sexual asset. Write cleaner code. Dry code. Dude, I'm all zooted off of that
Dry code.
orange.
Another rule of thumb for writing maintainable code is don't repeat yourself. Dry. It just means that, when possible, you should avoid writing the same code in multiple places.
Hold on, I wasn't
Repeating
listening.
code can be
Wait.
dry code. Another rule of thumb for writing maintainable code is don't repeat yourself. Dry. It just means that, when possible, you should avoid writing the same code in multiple places.
Yeah.
Repeating code can be bad because if you need to change it, you have to change it in multiple places.
Yep.
If you forget to change it in one place, you'll have a bug. It's more work to write it over and over again.
Yep.
Assignment. Your manager noticed that there's a lot of repetitive code in the Age of Dragons codebase. She asked you to update the Fight Soldiers function so that the DPS damage per second calculation is only written once. Notice how these two lines are practically identical. Soldier 1 DPS equals Soldier 1 damage. Soldier 1 attacks per second. Soldier 2 DPS equals Soldier 2 damage. Soldier 2 attacks per second. Create a new function called getSoldierDPS that takes a soldier and returns its DPS using the same logic as the lines above. Replace the two lines above with calls to getSoldierDPS.
So now we want soldier. DPS. Isn't it just soldier damage times soldier attacks per second? So this is I have to call. This has to be defined above, I'm pretty sure. We have to define soldier 1 DPS, soldier 2 DPS. Soldier 1 DPS is equal to get soldier DPS function of soldier 1 And soldier 2. DPS is equal to the function get. Oh, you can call it from below. Oh, because it defines get done first. Okay. Kind of like this just because like you're defining the DPS equation first and then you use it, whereas this one it's like you're using the function of DPS, which is like then you have to come down here and look at it. I don't know, just like ease on my eyes, I guess.
Dry code. Take a look at the code we wrote. We started with this. Soldier 1 DPS equals Soldier 1
This
damage.
doesn't matter.
Soldier 1 attacks per second. Soldier 2 DPS equals a 2 damage. Soldier 2 attacks per second. And refactored the code to look like this. Def gets Soldier DPS Soldier, returns Soldier damage to Soldier attacks per second. Soldier 1 DPS equals get Soldier DPS. Soldier 2 DPS equals get Soldier DPS Soldier 2.
Right.
Don't repeat yourself dry. We don't want too much of our code doing the same thing. When code is duplicated, it leads to many potential problems. In our example, let's pretend the soldier dictionary changed, and now the key that stores the damage value is called DMG. In the first example, we would need to update 2 lines of code. In the second example, we only need to make the change in one place.
We don't want too much of the code doing the same thing. When the code is duplicated, it leads to many potential problems. An example, let's pretend soldier dictionary changed. And now the key that stores the damage value is now called DMG. In the first example, we need to update the 2 lines of code. These 2. In the second, we only need to make change in one place. This one. We say like damage is equal to DMG.
It's not a big deal when 2 lines are the same and exist right next to each other. However, imagine if we had done this several hundred times in 10 or 20 different code files. All of a sudden, it makes a lot of sense to stop repeating yourself and write more reusable functions. We call that dry code.
Don't repeat yourself. That's what dry stands for. Don't do drugs. Drugs are really expensive. Dare. I don't even remember what DARE stands for. Drug abuse resistance educations. No, it's drugs are really expensive. Don't shave yaks. Yakety yak. Don't repeat yourself. Dry code does not make your code shorter and easier to read. Make your code run faster. Make your code easier to update. May fix bugs faster, you only fix them in one place. Makes your code run faster.
Classes. A class is a special type of value in an object-oriented programming language like Python. It's similar to a dictionary in that it usually stores other types inside itself. Defines a new class called Soldier. Class Soldier, health equals 5, armor equals 3, damage equals 2. Just like a string, integer or float, a class is a type, but instead of being a built-in type, your classes are custom types that you define. An object is just an instance of a class type. For example, health equals 50 health is an instance of an integer type. Aragorn equals soldier. Aragorn is an instance of the soldier type class. Classes are custom new types that we define as the programmer. Each new instance of a class is an object. Example, class archer, health equals 40, arrows equals 10. Create several instances of the archer class. Legolas equals archer, bard archer. Print class properties, print legolas.health. Number 40, print bard.arrows. Number 10 assignment, create a class called wall on line 1. It should have a property called armor that is initialized to 10, a height that starts at 5. Methods. After the last exercise, you might be wondering why classes are useful. They're like dictionaries, but worse. One thing that makes classes cool is that we can define methods on them. A method is a function that's tied directly to a class and has access to all its properties. Class Soldier, health equals 5. Def take damage, self-damage, self.health damage, soldier1 equals soldier, soldier1.take damage 2, print soldier1.health prints.
Soldier has 5 health. Find take damage, put self in damage. Health minus self dot health of the soldier class, which is 5. You subtract that from the damage. Soldier 1 equals soldier class. Soldier 1 take damage is 2. Print soldier 1's health. Soldier 1's health. It starts at 5 minus 2. Prints 3. Soldier boy.
3. Self. Methods are nested within the class declaration. Their first parameter is always the instance of the class that the method is being called on. By convention, it's called self. Because self is a reference to the object, you can use it to read and update the properties of the object. Notice that methods are called directly on an object using the dot operator. MyObject.myMethod assignment. Add a fortify method to your wall class. It should double the current armor property.
So can I do multiply by a factor of 2?
Methods return values. If a normal function doesn't return anything, it's typically not a very useful function. In contrast, methods often don't return anything explicitly because they can mutate the properties of the object instead. That's exactly what we did in the last assignment. However, they can return values if you want. They're just functions with access to an object, after all. Class soldier, armor equals 2, num weapons equals 2, def get speed self. Speed equals 10 speed, minus a self.armor speed, minus equals self.num weapons return speed. Soldier 1 equals soldier, print soldier1.getSpeed print 6. Assignment. Add a .getCost method to your wall class. What do you think it should return? The cost of a wall is the product of its height and armor. Cost equals armor, a height.
So in this example too, so it's like saying that speed is equal to 10 base speed minus 1 speed for each piece of armor minus 1 speed for each number of weapons return speed. So it's 2 and 2. But let's say weapons are twice as heavy as armor. I could say you could put in 2 times self.num weapons, right? Then it would return 4. Add a get cost method to your wall class. What do you think it should return? Cost. Cost. So initial cost is 0. Cost is equal to self dot armor times self dot height. And cost. Oh, I could just return it.
Methods versus functions. You know what a function is.
Do I?
A method has all the same properties as a function, but it is tied directly to a class and has access to all its properties. A method automatically receives the object it was called on as its first parameter. Class soldier, health equals 5, def take damage self, damage multiplier, damage equals damage time multiplier. Self.health dash equals damage, Dalinar. Damage multiplier equals 33. Only damage and multiplier are passed as arguments. Dalinar is passed implicitly as the first argument, self. Dalinar take damage, damage multiplier. A method can operate on data that is contained within the class. In other words, you won't always see all the outputs in the return statement, because the method might just mutate the object's properties directly. The OOP debate. Because functions are more explicit, some developers argue that functional programming is better than object-oriented programming. In reality, neither paradigm is better, and the best developers learn and understand both styles and use them as they see fit. For example, while methods are more implicit and often make code more difficult to read, they also make it easier to group a program's data and behavior in one place, which can lead to a more organized codebase.
Let's go back to the example here. If you're a soldier, your health is 5. Define take damage. Self-damage multiplier. Damage equals damage times multiplier. Subtract the damage from your health. Dalinar is equal to soldier class. Damage multiplier is 30. And the multiplier is 3, so it would be 90 damage. Only damage and multiplier passed as arguments. Dalinar is passed implicitly as the first argument, self. Dalinar, take damage, damage multiplier. Dalinar, take damage. Damage times damage multiplier. Which operates as an instance of a class. Method. Oh, my dog's losing his mind. I think my mother-in-law is here. Okay, so we got the solution there. I can talk to the bear. I want this explained a little bit further. Oh. Dalinar take damage, damage multiplier. The method operates on Dalinar instance of the soldier class. Notice how Dalinar itself becomes a self parameter automatically. That's the key distinction. Methods can operate on class instances. They receive an instance as the first parameter, usually called self, while regular functions do not have automatic binding to objects. Does that help clarify the operates instance of the class? More. A method is essentially a function that belongs to a class and has access to instances, attributes, and other methods. The key distinguishing feature is that method automatically receives the instance it was called on as its first parameter, conventionally named self. Oh, so like soldier. Class soldier, $r equals soldier. Take a look at the example. $r take damage, damage multiplier. Under the hood, Python actually transformed this into something like soldier take damage, $r damage multiplier. This automatically passing the instance of $r as a first argument is what allows the methods to access the instance variables with self-health, modify the state of specific instance, call other methods of the same instance. Functions, on the other hand, exist independently. Okay, cool. I get it. Which part of Helm of Mordoon.enchant mana power will be passed into enchant method as the first argument self? Helm. Helm of Mordoon.
Constructors, or initializers. It's rare in the real world to see a class that defines properties the way we've been doing it. Class Soldier, name equals Legolas, armor equals 2, num weapons equals 2. It's more practical to use a constructor. In Python, if you name a method init, that's the constructor, and it is called when a new object is created. So with a constructor, the code would look like this. Class Soldier, def core init self, self.name equals Legolas, self.armor equals 2, self.numWeapons equals 2. Now we can make the starting armor and number of weapons configurable with some parameters. Class Soldier, def init self, name, armor, numWeapons, self-name and name, self.armor equals armor, self.numWeapons equals numWeapons, soldier equals soldier, Legolas, 510, print soldier.name, prints Legolas, print soldier.armor, prints 5, print soldier.numWeapons, prints 10. Assignment. Add a constructor to our wall class. It should take depth, height, and width as parameters in that order, and set them as properties. Compute an additional property called volume. Volume is the depth times height times width.
Okay. This is 2 underscores in it. In it. Alright, so self dot. We're doing depth first. Self dot height. Self dot width. Then what does it want? Compute volume. Volume. Depth. Height. Wait, what? Wall depth type object wall has no attribute depth. Compute an additional property called volume. So it should be like self.volume. Depth times height times width.
Class structure quiz. Clef quoth self name armor num weapons. Self.name equals name. Self armor equals armor. Self num weapons equals num weapons. Def gets speed self. Speed to 10. Speed equals self dot armor. Speed equals self num weapons. Return speed.
Class soldier define question marks. Name armor number weapons. Get speed for self. Speed is 10. Minus 1 speed for each piece of armor and number of weapons. I wonder if we could write this as like an and statement. Or not and statement, in addition. In Python, what's the name of the constructor method? Init double underscore. Oh, define init.
Multiple objects. An object is an instance of a class. Let's look at what that means. In object-oriented programming, an instance is a concrete occurrence of any object. Instance is synonymous with object, as they are each a particular value. Instance emphasizes the distinct identity of the object. The creation of an instance is called instantiation, Wikipedia. So for our wall class, I can create 3 different instances of the class. Or in other words, I can create 3 separate objects. Wall Maria equals wall 1, 2, 3.
Wait,
wall
are
Rose
these the walls of Attack on Titan? Wall Maria. Wall Rose. Wall Sheena. Oh, translational difference.
equals wall 4, 5, 6. Wall sign equal 9, 8, 7.
Sheena.
In the example above, the variables are instances of the wall type.
It's probably Sina, because I don't think Asian people can say shh, like sh, or L's very good. Like, English is my first language and I can't say L's. Like, it's just like the shape of my mouth or my face or something doesn't let me like say L.
Assignment. Take a look at the brawler class and the fight function provided. In the main function, create 4 new brawlers with the following stats. 1. Name, Aragorn, speed 4, strength 4. 2. Name Gimli, speed 2, strength 7. 3. 3. Name Legolas. Speed 7. Strength 4. Name Frodo. Speed 3. Strength 2. Call fight twice. 1. The first fight should be Aragorn versus Gimli. 2. The second will be Legolas versus Frodo.
Okay. Take a look at the brawler class and the fight function provided. In the main function, create 4 new brawlers with the following stats. So is it variables are the variables are instances of the wall type, so it should be Aragon is equal to F1. Maybe just F. I'll just keep it as F for now. Speed first, right? 4 Gimli. I don't think it's F. I think it's F. Maybe F. Going 7. Legolas. He's 7 and 7? The fuck? Frodo. It's not about the speed and strength for Frodo, let me tell you. It's about the big D. Alright. He's 3 and 2. Legolas and Frodo. Like that. Wait, I'm having a problem here. Create 4 new brawlers. Brawler initial in it missing. So that's strength name. Brawler in it missing 1 required position argument strength. Am I supposed to put their name? Name, speed, strength. Your syntax sucks. That was my mom. Okay, so name Aragorn is not defined. What? Oh, I typoed. It's Aragorn? I thought it was Aragon. Oh. I typoed Gimli too. Wait, what? These to be lowercase? Or does it not matter? Name Aragon is not defined. Name error. There we go. Because these were capitalized, these weren't. Or vice versa. Aragorn wins with 16 power over Gimli's 14. Legolas wins with 79 power over Frodo's 6. Wait, how many Frodos to kill Legolas? What, like, Legolas power level versus Frodo? How strong is Kiora? How strong is Legolas compared to other characters from the Lord of the Rings with his bows, arrows, and fighting skills? Could he beat someone like Gandalf if they encountered on the battlefield? What's his Legolas' strength of an elf, but could never defeat Maia, like Durance, Bane, the Balrog, and Moria? And he would never consider battling Gandalf, who, after all, is on his side. The book show Legolas being a great archer, as shown, and he killed the Nazgul's flying beast in one shot and deadly knife fight. But the movies made him far more dangerous fighter for the sake of drama, especially the Hobbit films, and fighting the Oliphant in Return of the King. He was very capable warrior, considering his assistance defending Helm's Deep, but was not Superman as written by J.R.R. Tolkien. Whatever Peter Jackson portrayed in the movies. So he wasn't that strong. But he's still like... Like, if you were a betting man and you fought everyone in the party, like a March Madness bracket, fought everyone against themselves, you would probably beat everybody, right? Oh no, Gandalf might actually own his ass. You always gotta take the wizard over the hunter, right? How did they... Wait, what? Your output is only a few characters off. Probably a typo. Yeah, I typoed. It's not a Aragorn. Aragorn. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I typo. I gotta be careful of typos. Probably better off copy pasta, to be honest.
Objects quiz. Class soldier. Def.init self name armor num weapons. Self.name equals name. Self.armor equal armor. Self.num weapons equals num weapons. Def get speed self. Speed equals 10. Speed equals self.armor speed. None equals self.num weapons. Return speed. Soldier 1 equals soldier Legolas 51. Print soldier 1.name. Legolas. Print soldier 1.get speed.
Right. Which of the following is true? An object in an instance is an instance of a class. A method is an instance of a function. A function is an instance of a method. A class is an instance of an object. An object is an instance of a class. Fuck you, I have notes. What was all this shit? Just a show?
Archers. Assignment. Complete the archer class. Create the constructor, which should take the following parameters in order and set them as properties. 1. Name. 2. Health. 3. Num arrows. Complete the get shot method. It operates on the current archer instance. 1. If the current archer has health left, remove 1 health from the current archer. 2. After the above check, if the archer's health is 0, raise the exception is dead where is the archer's name. Finish the shoot method. It takes an archer instance as the target input. 1. If the shooter has no arrows left, raise the exception can't shoot where is the shooter's name. 2. Otherwise, remove an arrow from the shooter. 3. Print 1 shoots 2 where 1 is the shooter's name and 2 is the name of the targeted archer. 4. Call the target's get shot method.
Okay. Create the constructor, which should take the following parameters in order and set them as properties. Name, health, number of arrows. So self dot name is equal to name. Self dot health. Self dot num arrows. Num arrows. Health. The got shot method. It operates on the current archer instance. If the current archer has health left, remove 1 health from the current archer. If the current archer has health left, remove the 1 health from the archer. So if health is greater than 0, then self-health minus 1. Syntax. After the above check, if the archer health is 0, so if self health equals 0, raise the exception blank is dead, where blank is the archer's name. Exception? It's an F string, right? Parentheses. Exception. F string. Wigglies. Self-type. Okay. Finish the shoot method. The archer instance. If an archer instance as. It takes an archer instance as the target input. Jesus. Well, my eyes are like. I was reading different words than what was actually on the screen there for a second. Okay, if the shooter has no arrows left, raise the exception, can't shoot, where blank, where brackets is the shooter's name. Okay, so if num arrows it's less than 1. Raise exception F string self aim can't shoot. Otherwise, remove an arrow from the shooter. If self.num arrows greater than 0. I'm gonna say greater than and equal to 0, but that's fine. Self.num arrows minus 1. Print blank shoots blank, where 1 is the shooter's name and 2 is the name of the targeted archer. Shooter's name. It's an F string. This is self name. Shoots. It's the name of the targeted archer. Self.target. Can you do like target dot name? Do you use abstract classes like Unreal Engine? Let's see. Choo-choo-choo. What's Unreal? Is this C++? Or blueprints? I don't know if this touches on C++ at all. This is for backend though. Like backend only. Because I want to focus more on backend because I felt like the way that my cousin was explaining it to me was it's more math oriented, and I'm very like analytical, math, logic driven person, so the C++ is like isn't it like Microsoft? I don't know very much. Isn't it Microsoft integration? Create software applications and systems. C++ is used to develop operating systems like Mac OS, Windows, and Linux. Yeah. Use React for full stack only functions. No classes there. Yeah, there's other things I want to touch on once I'm done with this course. With functions, yeah. But I want to know what the functions do. Calculator is great, but how can you build a calculator from scratch? Video games use classes. Okay. Current self-name has self-build. Oh, oops. I'm over here. Self-name shoots target name? All the targets get shot method. Excuse me, stomach is upset. Target. Get. Shot. Oh yeah, my syntax is terrible. Self-name, self-health, self-number, errors. If health is greater than 0, subtract 1 from health. If health is equal to 0, race exception. Name is dead. If self is number of arrows is less than 1, raise exception, self-name can't shoot. Self-number of arrows is greater than 0, self-number of arrows subtract 1. Print self-name shoots target name. Target gets shot. I think that's how it goes. Damage can only be 1? Yeah, I mean, I learned this today. It needs to be 1. It can't be multiples. Alright, so 3 passes. Robin has 2 health and 2 arrows. Sheriff has 2 health and 2 arrows. Robin shoots Sheriff. Sheriff has 1 health and 2 arrows. Sheriff shoots Robin. Robin has 1 health, 1 arrow. Sheriff has 1 health, 1 arrow. Okay. Fire Tuck has 1 health, 0 arrows. Prince John has 1 health, 0 arrows. They both can't shoot. Hold on. Parappa the Rapper is awesome, but I just need to... when I'm reading. King Richard has 1 health, 1 arrow. Prince John has 2 health, 1 arrows. King Richard shoots Prince John. Prince John has 1 health, 1 arrow. Prince John shoots King Richard. King Richard is dead. It's like D&D first edition. So my friend is old enough to have played Dungeons and Dragons first edition. And so we did like this teleportation kind of loop thing where we went from 5e rules to first edition rules. And in first edition, you have like 5 health at level 1 or less. 5 is good if you have that at level 1. And then once you go to 0 health, you cannot be revived. You cannot stabilize. You are permanently dead. So it's like one of the during that night session, somebody got into like a ring, was fighting like a construct, like a boxing match. It was like a friendly competition. And they're like, if you survive multiple rounds, you get a prize. And in the first round, the guy went in to fight the construct and took 2 points of damage. His entire life pool is like 5. And it's like, he's like, we're done. We threw in the white flag like immediately. We're like, we're done. He's dead. He's almost dead. Neverwinter Nights? Yeah. Baldur's Gates too. I played the original Baldur's Gate. Let me show you this. Baldur's Gate. Not 3. I mean, I played the shit out of Baldur's Gate 3 too, but Baldur's Gate box. Is it this one? Oh my god, it's been so long now. Yeah, this one with the skull. I remember going into like... oh, sorry for flashing. I remember going into Costco, and they would have all the books out on the table, and they would have the computer games next to the books in like boxes that were like this big. And I saw Baldur's Gate and Final Fantasy VII, and I got both because they were both on sale for like $10. But I don't remember the Final Fantasy VII box being like a trapezoid. Oh, it was this one. The Platinum Collection one. I think it was a square. But I had no idea that Baldur's Gate was driven by like D&D editions. It was so hard to heal. in the Baldur's Gate 1, it was so hard to heal. Just like D&D first edition. It will never happen again. I promise. I promise.
Class variables versus instance variables. So far, we've worked with both class variables and instance variables, but we haven't talked about the difference. Instance variables. Instance variables vary from object to object and are declared in the constructor. Class wall, def init self, self.height equals 10, south wall equals wall, south wall.height equals 20, only updates this instance of a wall, print south wall.height, prints 20, north wall equals wall, print north wall.height prints 10. Class
Self height equals 10. South wall is equal to wall. South wall height equals 20. Only updates this instance of wall. South wall height prints 20. North wall, print north wall height prints 10. Okay. Because the south wall dot height equals 20 is the updates the instant. Okay.
Class variables. Class variables remain the same between instances of the same class and are declared at the top level of a class definition. Class wall, height equals 10, south wall equals wall, prints south wall.height, prints 10. Wall.height equals 20. Updates all instances of a wall, prints south wall.height, prints 20. In other languages, these types of variables are often called static variables.
Okay, so you can stick this. You could stick this right here, and then everything would print out 20.
Variables, fields and properties. The terms instance and class variable, field, property and attribute are used interchangeably and usually refer to the same concept in languages that support some form of object-oriented programming. Here's a quick reference for some popular languages. Language, class variable, instance variable. Python, class variable, instance variable. Go, field, JavaScript property, C#. Static field, Java, static field, which should I use? Generally speaking, stay away from class variables. Just like global variables, class variables are usually a bad idea because they make it hard to keep track of which parts of your program are making updates. However, it is important to understand how they work because you may see them out in the wild. Assignment. Some lazy code that's managed by another development team is causing some bugs in our team's class. We can fix it by using instance variables instead of class variables. In the main function that our team isn't responsible for, a line like dragon.element equals fire should not affect our existing dragon instances. We want our users to specify each dragon's element type when they create a new dragon with the constructor. Update the dragon class. Remove the element class variable. Use an instance variable for element that's configurable via the constructor.
Calling variables in JavaScript. Alright, so we're going to remove this. Use an instant variable for element that's configurable via the constructor.
Hey, you're pretty mature than I thought. Good going.
Thanks, but you're still bigger than your normal size.
You're right. Make me small again.
This element dot. Nice. self.element. Save these to my notes. It's just self.element equals ice. Self should be declared as an init method. Okay. Wasn't that what this is? Yeah. So my question is... Just element, right? Self.element equals whatever the element input is. But I have to put this under the init statement. Like that? And it means you can search for each type of dragon, right? That look right? Self. Find init, self, and element. Self.element equals element. If self.element equals fire. Self.element equals... I think this should work. Fire Dragon does 300 damage. Ice Dragon does 150 damage. That's another thing from D&D. You don't fuck with red dragons. The red dragon will fuck you up. Yeah, okay. I have to put it... You're right. So the init allows for the input of different elements. We have to define what self.element is. Especially for these statements. These statements are already written, right? So I don't have to rewrite these. So if it's self.element is going to read the element. Okay. Gotcha. I skip one? Oh, I didn't submit this. Oops. Okay.
Employee management. Age of Dragons Inc. is growing rapidly. They need a way to keep track of all their employees. They've asked you to create an internal tool to help them manage their employees. Challenge. Unfortunately,
going on, Prime?
your team lead is asking you to make an interesting design decision. She's asked you to use shared class variables to keep track of the company's name and the total number of employees inside of the employee class. You wanted to make a separate company class, but she's the boss. Initialize the following class variables. 1. Company name set to Age of Dragons Inc. 2. Total employees set to 0. Complete the constructor. 1. It takes the following parameters in order and sets them to the corresponding instance variables. 1. First name. 2. Last name. 3. ID. 4. Position. 5. Salary. 2. Increment the total employees class variable each time a new employee is created. Add a getName method that returns the employee's full name as a string, e.g. John Carmack.
All right. Define init self element. Ice can be used for default value too if you don't assign it. Okay. Initialize the following class variables. Company name set to Age of Dragons Inc. Total employees set to 0. Company name. Employees equals 0. Complete the constructor. Takes the following parameters in order and sets the corresponding instance variables. So we should do it in order. First name, last name, ID, position, salary. First name. Thought there was a better way. You learn it someday. Oh yeah. I see a lot of stuff when I when I Google search stuff. I see stuff written like functions that are available to use, but they're not in the assignment. But then the assignment catches up and it's like, write the function for this, and it's like, I've been using that function the entire time. It's like, oh shit, I'm not supposed to use that function until they actually teach it to me. All right, so self first name. First name. Last name. Can I just do it like this? Can I do like ID equals ID position? It's almost like tabbing position, salary equals salary, and then just put the self dots in front. That was much easier. Yeah, like what was one of them was like, it was using Lambda. Is it Lambda? Lambda arguments. And it's like, I'm not supposed to be using that. And I was like, okay, I guess I won't. Never use Lambda. I forget what it's used for. I forgot what it is too. It's probably a reason why. But I just saw that. I was like, oh, okay. Maybe Lambda? And then... So this has an AI, built-in AI down here. So when you submit the answer and you don't like part of your answer versus the solution, you can talk to the AI and be like, you know, I used Lambda, even though I probably shouldn't have. And then the AI will scream at you. It'll be like, you should never use Lambda. You should use this instead. I'm like, oh, okay. It's funny when it gets like really like passive aggressive. It's like, yes, that's right, but you shouldn't do that. All right, so we have all these done. Let me check them off so I can keep my spot. First name, last name, ID, position, salary. Increment total employees class. Total employees. Each time a new employee is created. Employee is created. Yeah. Well, my goal right now is to get started on coding. I've never... The most I've ever done in my life was take like a computer science in college in 2006, 2007. Like an introductory computer science class. And then I always knew I liked computers and like I probably would have gotten into coding, but I never had the time for it. But now I'm unemployed and I'm thinking of a career change. So I'm self-teaching myself. I'm using a boot camp software or website to teach myself rather. And my cousin works for AWS as a software developer. And he's like, I can totally do it. He knows like my brain, so. It's just gonna take a while for me to kind of learn the ropes. We'll see how it goes. Alright, so we incremented the total employees each time a new employee is created. Correct. Add a get name method that returns the employee's full name as a string. Is this literally just like return the name? The F string? Full name. So first name, last name. Squigglies. Squigglies. Self dot first name. Self dot last name. That gonna work? Do I have to add a space? Yeah, because of F string, right? For the names. Play object has no attribute first name. Oh, underscore shit. Expected name, John Cormack. Actual name, none. John Cormack. Wait, what? Type object employee has no attribute total employees. Oh, it's a fucking typo. Employees, employees, employesses. Do you ever stare at a computer screen too long and you look at a word for too long and you're like, is that how it's spelled? Employees. Employees. Okay, there's a pass. John Carmack, expected one, got one. Shigeru Miyamoto. Ken Levine. Expected 3, got 3, low right, 4. That looks good. VS Code would probably show a red line in there, not found variable. I am slowly learning the errors that it spits back and like what I'm looking at. It doesn't look like another like language to me. I kind of actually can decipher it or start to kind of understand it. At least if it spits out something, it's like, oh, this, line 9's fucked up. Go look at line 9. I'm like, okay, I'm looking at it. I'm like, I don't know. And it spits out the error and I can Google the error and fix it. But if I do that enough times, I will learn the errors. So.
Library. Wizards are having a hard time keeping track of all the books in their library. They need your help to create a library system that will allow them to add, remove, and search for books. Magical incantation.
And also I take really good notes too. Like I have a running, what is it called? Notepad++ where I keep all my stuff, all the notes in from the class, so I can like go back and search it too if I happen to forget. What I did with the Git though, I made like Git shortcut page, which was really helpful. And then I didn't do that with Python though. Like a Python shortcut page. I think that would have been more useful to me, but I didn't do it.
To find books have unfortunately not been invented yet. Challenge. You've been tasked with writing the code for the wizard library. Complete the library and book classes listed below. Create the book class. 1. Create the init, self, title, author. Method 2. Set bot title and author to the values of the parameters. Create the library class. 1. Create the init, self, name method. 2. Initialize a .name member variable to the value of the name parameter. 3. Create a .books member initialized to an empty list. Add the addBook self-book method. 1. Add book.
I gotta break this down individually anyway, so I'm just gonna pause this. I'm just gonna read the hint. After book is removed, it should no longer be returned a search result. Hint, so you can use the .lower method to convert a string to lowercase. What was the one that we used before? It was like .alpha. Is alpha. Used to determine if all characters in a string are alphabetic, if it returns true if the string consists of solely of letters, and false otherwise. We use the isAlpha function for the Bookbot. Okay, so .lower is all lowercase. Create the self-title author method. Yeah, define init self-title author. Set title and author to the values of the parameters. Self.title. Self.author. Would Japanese or Russian work? Good question. Let's see. Whoa. I mean, it returned accented letters with like tildes over N's and like, what is it called? I totally forget the technical name. It's like ellipses over E's and stuff. It returned it as is alpha true when we Bookbot printed out the letters in like books. I don't know if it would work in Asian languages and stuff. Maybe. I mean, it's just a function. You could probably adjust the function, right? If you knew how it was written. Right? Japanese don't have capital letters, though. Isn't Korean... I'm not Japanese, but Korean is all... It's all, like, syllables. They don't have that many letters. Or letters. Okay, so this is good. Create the library class. Oh, dark mode fucks up the syntax. Okay. Self name. Create books member initialized to an empty list. What was the list again? Was list square brackets? Yeah. Like that? This is the same as like defining books as a list before we used it as a variable, kind of, sort of. Add book. The given book instance to the library books instance variable by appending it to the end of the list. Add book variable. The given book. Add book, the given book instance to the library's books instance variable by appending it to the end of the list. There's a dot append. Self books append. Self books append book. Book? I'm losing it. Okay. Self. Book. Append. Book. Self books. Because that's the list. We're appending the list with the book variable. Input. Okay. Self-named books. And then self-books. I gotta stop saying it out loud because I'm confusing myself. Self.books.append book. Book. Okay, I think that's right. Oh, I can't print this out. There you go. Non-type object is iterable. Okay. Let's finish this and then see if it that's right. This is in question. I don't know if that's right. Add book. So we're adding book. The given book instance to the library's books instance variable by appending it to the end of the list. Yeah. I think this is right. Alright, next one. Yeah, it's not static, so you can like input a different book. Book is just gonna make me laugh for the rest of the night. If the book's title and the author match a library's book title and author, remove that book from the list. Is it like a for statement? Or B in self book if book's title and authors match. If the book's title and author match the library's book's title and author, Remove the library book from the list. Don't remember if self books lists without having books in it argument can be made or not. I think that's just the self.books equals list is just defining that it is a list. I think that's what it is. Book titles are unique. It can have duplicates. Books remove book can work if they're unique. Yeah, I think I'm supposed to write this as a for an if statement though. Remove book self.book. If the book's title and author match a library's book title and author, remove that library book from the list. So is it if B title equals book title and title and author match a library's book title and author, remove it from the list. B author equals B book author. Then like remove it from the list. How do I remove it from the list? It's like the opposite of append. Remove. And like, oh, like what you said, self.book. Dot remove. Book. So for B and in self book, if B title is equal to book title, and B author equals book author, Self book. Remove the book. I think that's right. The book's title and author match the library's book's title and author. Remove the library book from the list. Were there even in tutorials Lambda? No. What happened was I looked something up on like Google, and one of the answers that it spit back had a Lambda in it, and I'm just like, what the fuck is Lambda? And at the time I learned what it was for like 5 minutes, and I put it in the answer, and then it was correct. But then I talked to the AI, and I'm like, I don't know how to do this without Lambda, and they're like, you shouldn't use Lambda. I'm like, okay, or something. It was something like that. And it taught me the right way. I'm sure it'll come up at some point because there's a lot of Python courses on here. Functional programming, data structure and algorithms. Build a maze solver with Python. Oh, there's expanded learning too. Data structures and algorithms too. Learn JS. Whoa, LearnJS is 121 courses. Holy shit. I don't think I submitted the last question either. Okay. Add a search book self-search string method. For every book in the library, check if the search string is contained in the title or author field, case sensitive. So is this like self.search string equals search string is this where I'm using lower? Case insensitive. What was the hint thing again? Dot lower. Return a list of all books that match the search string. Order in the same order as they were added to the library. Alright, so return a list of all books that match the search string. Isn't that what I did above? Or be in self book. If search string B dot title dot lower case or search string in B author dot lower. Just return B2. No, I don't need to return. Because that's removing the book. On this last one, return a list of all books that match the search string. AI is cool. Use it more than Google now. Yeah, I like talking to the bear, but the bear costs resources if you haven't gotten the correct answer. So, like, the rewards on the site are experience based. So every question you answer, you get experience. If you answer multiple questions in a row correctly, you get experience. And then if you screw up a question, you lose a streak. If you ask the bear for help, you only get 50% experience on the question. Or 50% credit, essentially. Sets won't work there because they don't have order like list. It's not gonna work. But B is for B and self books. Ending book trial by Franz Kafka. Removing book the trial by Franz Kafka error. Library object has no attribute book. Those are good when you just want unique values and don't care about the order, right? Library object has no attribute book. Alright, I gotta ask the bear for help. The bear. Your book class looks exactly right. Storing the title and author as instance variables, well done. Okay, so that's right. For your library class, see a few things that need attention. In the remove book method, there's a typo. Using self book remove book. Should be books. Self.books. Notice the S in books. Remember, you're removing the book that was found in your list. The non-pass as a parameter. In the search books method, you're returning the first book that matches instead of all the matching books. The requirement asks you return a list of all books match the string. Okay, so it's not B. Also, you're setting self.searchString, which isn't needed. Self.searchString. I thought it was because it was case insensitive. It had to have that lower. Yeah, whatever. Turn all the books. Need a filter function on line 17. Doesn't this just happen if this statement is true? Function. Or instead of remove, just remove item instead of return. I think it's fine. The issue now is elaborate too. Issue storing search string as an instant variable. Self thought search string equals search dash self string lower. This line is saying that the search string as a property of the library object, which isn't necessary. The search string is just a parameter for this method, and it doesn't need to be saved as part of the library state. Not using lowercase version in comparison. You're converting search string to lowercase and storing it, but then using the original search string in your comparisons. Ooh. So yeah, I don't need this. Right? Because it's getting converted to lower here. I was doing it twice. Reset it to list on search? Yeah, maybe. Returning only the first match. The function returns B inside the loop, which means it returns the first book that matches the existing. Requires ask for matches to be returned. To fix this, you need to create an empty list of matches, loop through all the books, add each matching book to the list, return a complete list after checking all the books. If search string in B title lower or search string Oh, okay. I have to be putting it in a list. All right, let's see. So this should be self.searchString because that's equal to searchString.lower. In B title lower or in B author lower. And then so matching books lists. Append to the matching books with the B variable. So that's matching books dot append B. Yeah. Then return matching books. So that's gonna work now. Nope. 17 might be fucked up too then. You're right. Line 17 is problematic. You're finding a book B that matches your criteria, but then trying to remove the parameter book from the list. That won't work because book is a parameter object, not necessarily an object that exists in your list. Oh, remove B? Ah, whoa, that's what it is. Remove the matching book that we found. Also, while it's not required, it's often good practice to store search string lower as a local variable rather than the instance variable search self-search string. This string is just used temporarily for the operation, doesn't need a property library itself. So just saying, like, use a different variable. Can have the same name. Yeah, but this is just saying like it's like not good practice, right? Oops. Put it back. I'll put it back. Fuck the bear. the B title equals the book title, and the B author equals the book author. Remove the book that we're looking for from self.books. Okay. Search string, I think is okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. But the problem is it's like art is subjective. Right? Different things can look good to different people. But there's like a fundamental thing to art, right? Typically it's like not modern art. Typically like there's a media, right? There's either like you're carving on marble or you're painting on a canvas. Typically when you paint on a canvas, you brush stroke it in or whatever, right? If you're doing a certain type of painting, if you're doing like, I don't know, like a Van Gogh, right? You're painting it, if you're emulating that. So the same thing is here. It's like, well, if I'm going to try to emulate, right, it doesn't matter how the brush strokes, but it's like I'm doing it in a way that is kind of not unconventional. Fuck, that's the word. Unconventional. It's like, are you sure English is your first language? I don't know, maybe.
Encapsulation. Encapsulation is the practice of hiding complexity inside a black box so that it's easier to focus on the problem at hand. The most basic example of encapsulation is a function. The caller of a function doesn't need to worry too much about what happens inside. They just need to understand the inputs and outputs. Acceleration equals calc acceleration, initial speed, final speed, time. To use the calc acceleration function, we don't need to think about every individual line of code inside the function. We just need to know that if we give it the inputs, initial speed, final speed, time, then it will give us the correct acceleration as an output. Public and private. By default, all properties and methods in a class are public. That means that you can access them with the B operator, wall.height equals 10, print wall.height. Private data members are how we encapsulate logic and data within a class. To make a property or method private, you just need to prefix it with 2 underscores. Class wall, def init self armor magic resistance. Self score armor equals armor. Self.war magic resistance. Def get defense self, return self armor plus self.magic resistance front wall equals wall 1020. This results in an error. Print front wall.yourArmor. This works. Print front wall.getDefense. We do this because, in this example, armor and magic resistance are implementation details. After creating a wall, they don't matter anymore. Now the game developers can just call getDefense and not worry about how it's calculated under the hood. Assignment. Complete the wizard class's constructor. Set 2 private properties. 1. Stamina. 2. Intelligence. Don't forget to make them private. Set 3 public properties. 1. Name. Use the value passed into the constructor. 2. Health. 100x the value of stamina. 3. Mana. 10x the value of intelligence.
Alright, so here's where we start getting on. Self.name. What's my area of expertise? What am I good at? Really good at drawing feet. You need an Asian? You know what's fucked up? Is that I was not racially profiled, but like racially weighted in my SAT scores when I applied to schools. Electricians. My brother-in-laws are electricians. Oh my god, are you inviting me to the Illuminati? Is that what this is? I'm not specialized in anything. That's why I'm doing a career path change into coding, back-end development. You're not doing art? I'll do art. What do you want? What do you want me to draw you? Fuck, did I chip my tooth? See a foot pick? Wait a second. 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 That ain't half bad. That ain't half bad. Look at this. Can you tell what kind of foot it is? Speaking of feet, my wife's going to the foot doctor tomorrow. Skeleton. This is actually Uma Thurman's foot. Did Uma Thurman get those roles only because Tarantino liked her feet? Oh, she got a long ass pointer toe. I don't know. She kind of got like a clubbed pinky toe too. My wife has this. I think it's because the women's shoes are so pointed that the pinky toenail gets like smushed in. My wife's webbed feet will never have that problem. I agree, Uma's feet are really gross. Need a foot specialist? Oh. I'm your guy. Salma Hayek. Tequila. Feet? I don't know if I can show this on stream. Is she topless in this? I don't remember. Speaking of feet, fucking Tarantino casted himself in this role so that he could drink tequila off her. You want to invite me? You can invite me if you want. Clooney's like, I don't know what to do in this situation. Look at that. Look at that. He's trying to eat her toes. That's enough of that. I don't know what my Discord name is. Hold on. Let me get it up. I haven't been on Discord so long. It has to update. Did you know? Did you know that when you go and when you want to do the thing that you want to do, and when you can't do it, you want to do it, and you'll never get done. Did you know? Why does my mouse need to be authorized in Discord? Where's my name? There it is. 2038. There's my Discord. Oh, you can use Discord from a browser? I didn't know that. I permanently use it on my phone because I listen to like a financial call in the morning. Deep picks only. I'll look at that afterwards. Send me a friend request. Okay, I'll look at it afterwards. Let me finish this. Let me work on this problem. Let me work on this problem. Oh, God. Have a cool day, you two. Oh, I'm so upset that you can't run uBlock on Chrome anymore. Piss me off. Now I have like 10 ad blockers. I have AdBlock Plus, AdBlock, and AdBlock Max, and uBlock Origin Lite, which is not the same as or uBlock. All right, so now just write the next step. Stamina intelligence needs to be private. Eh? Eh. They can't know. Use user styles to block many ads, but I need to write them now. Right click block. Yeah, the uBlock was I just use the dropper and click the ad, get rid of shit that I don't want on it, like websites that like put ads to block you from reading the content and shit. Oh man, it was so good. Means other instances can't change these stats. Okay. Set 3 public properties name. Use the value passed on to the constructor. Health. Self.health is equal to 100 times the value of stamina. I have to do like private stamina. Yeah, right? Otherwise it's self.mana. Mana? Mana. Legends of Mana. 10x self dot intelligence. The other thing was on this previous question. That's the same. The previous one that we just did was a little bit more complex. This, I wanted to see how they wrote it. That's the same. That's the same. Same. For library book in shelf book. Yes, for B in self book. Self.books, rather. If B title, book title is equal to book title, author. Yeah, it's the same logic. If self search string and B title lower, or append matching books, return matching books. Okay, cool. It's the same, just written slightly different. Same thing with this. I just put an extra space in there. You use local variables, it's not the same as private variables.
Not security. Encapsulation is the practice of hiding code complexity inside a black box so that other developers working with the code don't have to worry about it. To be clear, it does not make the code more secure in a cryptographic or cybersecurity sense. That's a point I was personally confused about when I was first learning about private and public class members. Encapsulation is about organization, not security. Encapsulation is like folders in an unlocked filing cabinet. They don't stop someone from peeking inside, but they do keep everything tidy and easy to find.
Yeah, so essentially it's like if you put say like the Coke can had an in and out on it, you know, like if you put an orange peel in, Coke comes out the other side, right? That's the function. But it's like just because it's in a Coke can doesn't make it safe. Sponsored by Coke. You can open the Coke can and see what it's actually doing. That'd be amazing though if you put orange peels into a Coke can and Coke came out. I think you'd get a Nobel Peace Prize for that. Have a good one. Thanks, Race, for stopping by. Thanks for your help. Private properties are good for keeping passwords safe. False. Encapsulation is a great way to make it easier for other developers to work with your code. True.
Wizard Duel. Let's have ourselves a Wizard's Duel. Assignment. Complete the following methods to the Wizard class. Get Fireballed should remove 500 health from the Wizard. Drink Mana Potion should add 100 mana to the wizard's reserves. Both methods should operate on the instance of the class. They take no inputs and returns no values explicitly.
Excuse me. Oh shit, I've been on for like 4 hours. Subtract, let's say 30 minutes for fucking around. That's not bad. I think I gotta run too. We'll do Wizard Duel tomorrow. How much is left on this course? There's not learning object-oriented programming. Yeah, we still have a lot to go. We just we did like the first third of it. So object-oriented programming. This seems more intuitive to me, but I don't know if it's more intuitive because of doing it the other way first. Because I knew the other way first. If I were to do this first and then the other way, I'd be like, what the fuck is happening? But yeah, I'm having a good time. I think I like Python. I think going back from Git, doing the Bookbot, that was cool, learning that stuff. Finishing up the Bookbot, posting it on GitHub, and now like we can download, put books in, count how many characters and stuff's in there, and things like that. That's cool. A little practical use of our knowledge. But ultimately, I think I like Python the best so far. Like it clicks better in my brain. But we'll continue tomorrow. I'll be on for I'm on Monday through Friday, 4 hours a day, unless something's happening like you know, family emergency, like wife's sick, kid's sick, or I'm sick. If any of us are sick or injured, I guess that's a family emergency. But have a good night. Stay safe out there. I won't be playing Path of Exile 2 later. I have a family birthday to attend, so have a good night. Don't do too much dumb shit. If you do dumb shit, do one dumb shit thing at a time so you don't get caught. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Peace. I can't do peace because then it shows I'm old. Peace and chicken grease.